Hope it's good evening. Just setting up here. Get my broker open. Wow, gold is incredible. Gold over $4,038. Crazy. Let's do the unusual volume scan. Just doing a quick check here. So we start that video chat. XBIO, ripping. Xnetic Biosciences. Wow. Crazy mover there. That's for sure. All right, let me post this unusual volume picture. XTLB seeing some unusual volume today. CFLT. So Confluent shares are trading higher by around 20%. Exploring a sale after attracting acquisition interest from tech firms and private equity investors. Interesting. CFLT potentially exploring a sale. So CFLT exploring a sale. I'll post that in the chat. All right, top gainers of the NYSE. Ooh, Joby Aviation, guys, getting smoked here. What is the news on Joby? Joby shares are trading lower after the company announces a debt offering. A dilution for Joby. That's nasty. So news on Joby. Joby offering a debt dilution. And that's nasty. Look at that fall from closing at 1891 all the way down to 1691. Let's look at the volume that was traded. Not too much volume yesterday, which is kind of surprising. Definitely is, but nevertheless. Joby taking it on the chin today. IONQ under a little bit of pressure down in the pre-market. Archer Aviation's down in sympathy. Oracle slightly negative. UNH having a solid day. This SES Corporation just continues to absolutely rip. Crazy. SES pushing up. FIG is seeing a nice little day. Again, building some momentum. It's like a Dell. Wow, should have just held onto my Dell calls. Got shaken out. That was a crazy wick down and bounce on DELL yesterday. Jeez. That is filthy. Crazy. Let's see what else. Planet Labs seeing some nice momentum this morning. PL pushing up to the high side. Let's see if there's news on PL. No. Planet posts on X yesterday. Tomorrow's news will be a game changer. Don't blink, you might miss it. So Planet Labs expected to report some sort of news today. That's what they said yesterday. So we'll see what they mention, but PL should be on watch because on their Twitter account, X account, they're expected to report some sort of news. OKLO slightly positive, Lithium Americas Corp slightly positive. Redwire, ticker RDW, that's falling a little bit here in the pre-market. Let me just check the news. Uh, Sliding after hours, announced a management shakeup. So that's the only reason why it's falling in the after hours. Let's look at some of these crypto high computing stocks. IREN did take a bigger dip. This should be on watch for a short trade as they also announced a bit of a debt offering. You can see that yesterday it fell all the way to this lower boundary level, that PDL around 55, 56. Has bounced off of the lows, but I'm expecting a retest of that area. Again, also a debt offering for IREN. Let's look at Cypher. So you're seeing quite a bit of stocks announcing shelf offerings, raising cash. All right, top gainers, NYSE. We'll post that in the chat. So let's just go through some of our top gainers in the S&P 500. PEN, Penumbra, seeing some strength this morning. NOC, Northrop Grumman, GE, Equifax, Elf Beauty, they're seeing some strength. ELF, not a bad looking chart. That's a pretty standard clinical backtest of the neckline. Elf Beauty looks, that actually looks like a solid technical long setup, guys. Elf Beauty, keep that on your watch. Let's look at UNH today. UNH seeing some nice momentum back to the upside. Not looking too bad there at all for UNH. CNC, another day where it's trying to push. NTST, NetStreet Corp. Whoops. NTST seeing a, let me check the news on this name. Thing on the news front for NTST. Interesting. I don't know why it's pushing there. Let's look at Carvana here. It's seeing a little bit of strength. Roblox. Roblox also trying to gap up, work itself higher here. See the top losers. Price CO. Yeah, your eVTOL stocks are under significant pressure. Mettler Toledo, ticker MTD. That's seeing a considerable drop today. Nope, I guess that's been bought back up. I stand corrected, my screen was not refreshed. TRV. And still under some pressure. GRMN. US QuantumScape. It's acting okay. Yeah, Weeble's under a lot of pressure. Robinhood catching a little bit of a bounce after it had closed positive yesterday. Getting a bit of follow through, still very extended. Weeble's getting absolutely smoked down here. Down another 5%. Gapping down into previous breakaway volume zone. Crazy move on Weeble. CGC trying to get a little bit of follow through this morning, up a couple, just a little bit. Let's look at our commodities real quick. WTI crude absolutely ripping here. So crude oil yesterday broke out of this little inverse head and shoulders, and you can see it's had some really wacky price action, but acting quite well, pushing to the upside up 1.32% today. I'm expecting energy stocks to catch a significant bid. I mean, you look at XOM and XOM is still trading inside of those previous high pivots from earlier in the week, but yet crude oil, you look at where crude is trading compared to its Monday, Tuesday pivots, and crude oil has broken its Monday and Tuesday pivot highs, and XOM is lagging a little bit. So a little bit of a arbitrage divergence there that we just need to be aware of. So I think XOM could absolutely fly today. CVX, strong continuation move. CVX is looking really solid off of that bottoming tail. All right, let me scan for some quick headlines here across the board. Just continue to scan some of these headlines here. Let's see. Seeing a little bit of distribution today. Meta seeing a little bit of distribution today, so communication stocks are under a little bit of near-term pressure. Apple's also seeing a little bit of distribution today, but still holding up remarkably well. Whoops. Sitting right on that volume shelf. This morning remaining pretty firm. That's helping semis. Interestingly enough, Nvidia is positive, but your SOX is negative slightly. Let's look at AMD. AMD continuing to try to push here. Micron still continuing to try to push. Western Digital getting a little bit of a bounce. STX. Seagate, that continues to remain under pressure. Taiwan Semi getting a little bit of a bounce. LRCX getting a little bit of a minor bounce. Nothing really to do there. Looking at this dollar chart, guys, that DXY, strong breakout intraday, hitting that EMA 113 where we got rejected off of previously here back in August. But your dollar is firming up here and it looks like it could start to apply some pressure to the indices. Going through a little backing and filling today. We do have a ton of economic data that can influence things. So we have to be careful about the market being vulnerable to a stronger dollar. Citi downgrades CH Robinson, so ticker CHRW. Let's take a peek. Yeah, nice little fall there on CHRW, downgrade from Citigroup. I'm just scanning through the headlines, seeing if I can see any catalysts. ASTS. So ASTS surges after striking a partnership with Verizon. Whoa, that's big news, guys. Big, big news. That is really freaking bullish news for ASCS. Craziness. So ASTS partnership with Verizon. That's crazy. So the agreement comes after a recent successful demonstration in which the companies completed direct voice and video calls as well as two-way RCS messaging between standard unmodified smartphones and a Bluebird satellite in space. The move will help boost Verizon's network coverage in rural and dead zones across the country. The agreement will extend the scope of Verizon's 850 MHz premium low-band spectrum into areas of the U.S. that would benefit from the ubiquitous reach of space-based broadband technology. The move by the two companies also builds on the previously announced strategic partnership in May of 2024. Earlier this month, T-Mobile, through a partnership with Elon Musk's Starlink and Space, started offering space-based cellular and internet services to its customers. In August, AT&T purchased certain wireless spectrum licenses from EchoStar. So let's look at a couple of these other ones. SATS not really moving too much. Let's look at space here. Whoops. Let's look at Rocket Labs and Sympathy. It's totally different. But yeah, Rocket Labs is also ripping here. What a crazy breakout. Holy moly. AT&T has been ripping under pressure. Verizon has been under pressure. These telecommunication stocks surely need the high flyers to save it. But ASTS, guys, wow. Complete gap up to the high side. We might have a short trade on here. I think there's definitely a short trade. That is a crazy move. It's a move and a half. All right, this is where we need some ATRs here. So you can see on the daily, you're blasting through this ATR level 1. So that's your first, sorry, ATR level 2. What a move, holy. Let's go to the weekly chart now. Yeah, so that's actually into a shortable level. That's for sure. Scalp short. It's probably going to get a big buy the dip if it retests lower, but that's crazy, that move. ASTS, what a beast. What a beast. Let's see how high we spiked in the pre-market. So into that 87 area. So this one is, we'll be on watch for some profit taking off of the open. And that would be our scalp short idea. And then probably it gets another bid higher after it gets its initial wave of profit taking. So we'll keep ASTS on watch. Plug Power raises 370 million from immediate exercise of warrants. Let's look at Plug here. Gapping down a little bit. Another debt offering on Plug Power, guys. Another debt offering. So you're continuously seeing some of these names. A lot of these high flyers that have absolutely run to the upside. Just announcing another shelf offering. Interesting. All right, I'm just going to keep scrolling through these headlines here. Microsoft OpenAI is considering expanding its footprint in Canada, either through building artificial intelligence infrastructure or purchasing capacity. Okay. Again, Plug is probably a short as well. That's going to come down quite a bit. JP Morgan initiates coverage on Millrose Properties with market outperform rating price target 40. Let's look at Millrose Properties, ticker MRP, getting initiated by JP Morgan. That typically follows bullish price action. Right now I'm not getting any pre-market data, but a nice little pullback. Again, a coverage to price target 40. Interesting. And guys, I think there's going to be a day trade on this PL. There's Planet Labs. They're set to announce something today, some news. They post on their Twitter. So this is probably going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news. Basically, they post on their X account, Planet Labs, that they're releasing something today. They're dropping something. Don't know what it is, but we could see a potential move. I guess it's running from its award contract yesterday. What's its market cap now? 4.83 billion, so it's still a tough short. Tough short. It's definitely other better ones. Jefferies tallies 161 million of exposure to bankrupt auto parts maker brands. Okay. What else we got going on? We talked about ASTS. Piper Sandler maintains overweight in AGNSC. Domino's launching brand fresh with brighter logo new jingle. Let's look at DPZ. Is the jingle gonna save it? Oh shit. Domino's has been absolutely slapped over the last several weeks. Company announcing a new jingle to try to save the price action. Whoopie-doo. Better be some good jingle. Critical Metals signed 10-year offtake deal with Realloys for 15%. So CRML getting yet again more positive headlines here. So they have just been absolutely in the headline media with the POTUS administration potentially taking a stake. Now they're signing a 10-year deal with Realloys for 15% of rare earth output from the Tan Breeze project. I guess that's pretty bullish for the company. You can see it's gapping up. Piper Sandler maintains overweight in Exact Biosciences, ticker EXAS, so maintains overweight. Basically, that is a little bit of an upgrade basis. You can see the daily chart pattern is pretty solid on EXAS. Not looking too bad. This one probably in 12 months will be at new all-time highs, so keep that on your watch. It's looking still pretty good. Top Build closes 1 billion SPI deal, extends lead into mechanical insulation. Let's look at BLD. Interesting, you got some construction headlines today, and you do have some construction economic data a little bit later. So we'll watch that closely. Guggenheim maintains buy on Eli Lilly, raises price target to 948. So Lilly continuing to get some fund coverage. Citigroup upgrades Freeport McMoran to a buy, price target 48. So look at that Freeport bounce. I mean, wow. You go from a complete and utter collapse on the back of revision down on their gold and copper profits, or revenue, I should say, as well as the two people dying in the facility, to just a straight V-shaped recovery bounce. Pretty impressive, this market. Rocket Lab shares are trading higher after the company announced it signed another multi-launch deal with Institute for Kyushu Pioneers of Space. So yeah, we already discussed the space stocks, but Rocket Labs has its own headlines. Obviously, the whole space theme is running today with ASTS signing a deal with Verizon. That is a top short idea after it gets a little bit of that squeezing. So we still, I believe, are into the double digits of short interest for ASTS. So we want to just be a little bit careful with that one. NVIDIA Jensen Huang says seeing exponential demand alongside exponential compute. We're at the beginning of a new build-out era. I wouldn't say you're at the beginning when you're the world's largest company. I would say you've definitely solidified yourself as a top player. IREN shares are trading lower, yep. So IREN again, that's probably going to see a little bit more follow through to the downside on the back of that shelf offering. Again, Cypher is holding up decently well, and Wolf, ticker WLF, TerraWolf also holding up somewhat well over here. So it's really only IREN under some pressure. And then your eVTOL stocks, those are making big moves. Let's look at Sanofi, ticker SNY. Is there any movement here? A little bit of downside pressure. Sanofi and Orano Med succeed in mid-stage trial for neuroendocrine therapy. Okay, I guess it's not moving too much. All right, just some NVIDIA headlines there. Uh-oh. Jim Cramer sees more upside for Shopify and he likes CoreWeave. All right, Jim Cramer just gave Shopify and CoreWeave the kiss of death. Yikes. That's nasty. I'll post that in the chat. Jimmy, Jim. I'm glad I'm not long Shopify or CoreWeave. Let's look at CoreWeave real quick. I actually haven't looked at Shopify in a while. CoreWeave gapping up this morning, so still holding on steady. Shopify, little extended, but still just trying to consolidate. Just doing some final scans of these headlines here. Cascade. Bed Bath Beyond distributes dividends of warrants to shareholders. Okay. Meta and Apple close to settling EU cases. Interesting. A lot of Nvidia headlines today. A ton. Jeez, did Jensen Huang appear on some sort of news outlet this morning? He must have. Yeah, he must have because he's everywhere in the headlines today. No wonder Nvidia's gapping up. Jensen Huang is just fixing those algos today. That's crazy. CNBC this morning. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. Yeah, he's no wonder Nvidia's just ripping. Ripping. Bank of America maintains buy on Flex, raises price target. WAT, Waters Corporation getting a little bit of headlines. Strong little breakout out of the spacing formation, not looking too bad. Tempest joins, biotech, blah, blah, blah. All right, I think to get the gist of it, um, we'll keep looking at some individual charts now again. We'll go through our most top active stocks. So again, for economic data today, guys, minimal data in the sense as to the unemployment and things like that, but we do have Fed Vice Chair Barr speaking in about 19 minutes. And then you'll have construction spending around 10 o'clock. And then you have Fed Goolsby. So you have a lot of Fed talk today. So I'm expecting them to kind of jawbone this market. Then the big data point that I'm watching is at 10:30, crude oil inventories, guys. So crude oil inventories have broken out ahead of the inventory report at 10:30. And right now, WTI crude is showing a little bit of sell side pressure. It's still up 0.78, but pulling in from the highs. But crude oil is at a big area here. You can see that crude oil had that little bit of a technical breakdown. Let me just clean this chart up here. Get rid of these ATRs. So you can see crude had that pretty decent technical breakdown over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days of selling. It's got that dead cat bounce. You're back testing that trend line. So you're at a bit of an inflection point. Technically, this is a back test of the bearish breakdown. If inventories come in negative, we should go lower. We still have that lower boundary gap that I was surprised we came so close to filling. It's a weekly chart gap on WTI crude, and we just missed it. But nevertheless, crude is showing some signs of life, and if the report comes in bullish, then we could see crude retest this EMA 113. That's kind of the big resistance. We just seem to be getting slapped off of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to pop it up again. Crude oil inventories has a tendency to make these big moves up and down, and as it gets a little bit of that bearish trend, people get short and then they pop it right back up, right? You saw it over here, they popped it. You saw it over here, they popped it. So they're kind of doing the same thing, but definitely still going through a little bit of a lower high, lower low scenario. So the near term trend is down, which obviously is helpful for the S&P 500, but in today's price action, it is trying to firm up even with this little bit of a sell side candle. So crude oil inventories is the big data set at 10:30. Then we move along into the afternoon. You got a little bit of European talk. You got ECB President Lagarde speaking at 12 noon. So two things could happen. One, ECB Lagarde could either be bearish or dovish on their currency, which would help the dollar, or if she's bullish on their currency, it could weaken the dollar. So there's certainly some influential price action that could happen in the forex currency markets. 1:15 you got Fed Logan. 3 p.m. you have the FOMC meeting minutes. So we could get a little bit of volatility around 3 p.m. Those of you that are aggressive 0DTE traders, again, there might be a little bit of a liquidity pump or dump depending on where we're structurally set up for. And then 3:15 you have Fed member Kashkari speaking. So, oh, and I forgot 1 o'clock is your 10-year note auction. That's a pretty important thing. So if we look at that 10-year yield, the auction is set to take place today. Since the Fed has cut, interest rates have kind of bumped up a little bit, but still going through that lower high, lower low scenario. The trend is down. It's looking pretty weak right now, but obviously you need to be mindful that anything could happen on any sort of an auction day. We could get a bit up, could fall. We will see what happens, but the near-term trend is certainly down. All right, let's do a quick another scan here. ASML, this leading semi is seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure back under $1,000. Too bad Nat Gas is selling off. I'm hoping that they pick it right back up to the highs because, again, I was hoping to short the heck out of Nat Gas. It is falling a little bit, down 2.13%. Not quite following the procedure. Again, hopefully it does firm up still into that inventory report, and then we could get that blow off top short move. But I still like that trade setup. AMAT Materials seeing a little bit of distribution today in the semiconductor land. Cisco is pretty strong today, trying to also break out of this little bit of a consolidation range. So Cisco's looking pretty decent here from a technical long standpoint. DraftKings seeing a little bit of a bid, needs to do quite a bit of work. Ticker EW, Edward Life Sciences, that's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure today. Again, this had that bullish pattern which failed. So this is technically in a little bit of a bearish environment. Let's look at SMCI real quick. SMCI is still holding pretty strong positive price action. Needs a little bit of consolidation on semiconductor. Trying to make a little bit of a move. Again, your eVTOL stocks are seeing definitely some heavy sell side pressure. Archer under some near-term pressure. Let's throw in some of our key moving averages here. Yeah, you can see Archer still well extended from that 7 moving average. Joby as well, blasting through its 7 MA on that debt offering. Let's take a quick peek at financials. JP Morgan has been a choppy chart, seeing sell-offs in the morning and then bounces in the afternoon. Right now it is positive in the pre-market. Let's look at Wells Fargo, WFC. That's hanging in there. Bank of America. That is hanging in there. Regional banks, KRE. Again, choppy price action, losing the 20-day. This is technically a short the pop still until we get that daily close above the 20-day moving average. So KRE should be seeing a little bit more pressure. XBI, biotechs are still remarkably strong. Crazy how strong they have been. Let's look at this SYM. SYM still looking positive. Let's look at SE here. SE still looking positive. VST. VST gapping up just a little bit. Let's look at nuclear stocks. So OKLO seeing a little bit of positive price. SMR not really performing as well as OKLO. Uranium still gapping up just a little bit. NRSN, let's take a peek at that. Gapping up this morning on NRSN, back testing a previous breakout volume area. Initial breakout retest, big volume there. Oof. Crazy. Again, cannabis names look strong on a momentum basis. You got Aurora Cannabis pushing back up. Let's look at some of the ETFs here. MSOS still trying to grind higher. MJ pushing here. CGC pushing to the upside. I think we're very close to maybe seeing another Trump announcement. We saw that initial pop on his endocannabinoid video, but I think we're very, very close. Let's look at Tilray here. Tilray also looking decent. The CGTX had a strong move yesterday, getting a little bit of additional follow through. So this chart is looking poised after a little bit of consolidation. This is probably also a long setup. CGTX. Airlines yesterday took a bit of a beating. The Jets ETF fell sharply lower, catching a little bit of a bounce today. Let's look at AAL. AAL trying here. UAL trying Delta. Delta still looking weak. Delta should still sweep these lows, I think. Intel, another semiconductor that is weak on the session. I think there's some individual semi names that are shortable. I think Intel is one of them. You know, there might be a long setup where you can get a pairs trade long Nvidia and pick another semi that's weak in the pre-market like Intel short. So there might be a pairs trade setup. We'll watch that carefully. PayPal still seeing a bit of momentum. I like that a lot. Gold and silver absolutely ridiculously strong. Steel stocks are holding steady. Let's look at Lyft. Let's see how Lyft has been digesting that big pop. Yeah, so it's starting to come in. I would love to see it fill that gap fill, but Lyft is digesting that news pop, high volume news pop. Let's look at Uber real quick. Uber still looking A-OK. Again, communication stocks are certainly taking it on the chin today. LYV, another name that is gapping below its daily chart EMA. So it looked like it was finding some support with these bottom wicks and gapping lower today. I'm just gonna grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in, guys. Again, I'm looking at ASTS here, and we'll obviously watch SPY. That's a strong double-digit gap up for ASTS. So I'm gonna flip to dual screen, go make myself some more coffee. We'll discuss the indices quickly before it opens. SPY again, the big level. It's still maintaining structure above that 7-day. I still think that you can get a retrace and then a fade today. We'll watch that considerably. You can see it's a nice little gap up, back testing that bearish breakdown of your neckline. So chances are they're going to try to do a peekaboo sweep, and then we could see a little bit of selling. Just going to do some more coffee, guys, and we'll be right back. So I think that this S&P 500 is most likely going to get somewhat faded this morning. So you can see we're into a very similar setup, guys, as to this price action here, where you got the bearish cross of the 7 and 20, and you retested here that 20-day, and it got slapped right back down in the morning session. Just so happened to also be on a Wednesday. Today is also a Wednesday, so very similar price structure where we're gapping up into that 20 after a bearish crossover on the hourly chart. on a Wednesday, just like we did here. Let's see if we get slapped right back down, guys. That's kind of what I'm expecting to occur here. It's very similar. It's pretty much the identical setup, guys. So I think SPY makes sense for some shorts here. Again, I'm looking at ASTS, fading that name. Let's just see if they want to do a pierce of that liquidity. But that's a big area for the market. I think we're going to get a definite drop, guys. So SPY puts are looking juicy. Again, I'm looking at fading this ASTS at some point. I'm looking at entering ASTS here on a short. I'm just going to do common shares here. I'm taking a starter position here on ASTS, guys. It's going to be a half position short. 85, 70. I'm filled at the half position short. 85, 70, half position. My next ad would be around a Pierce of 89 bucks. $89 I would add to ASTS. So, all right, we're bumping up into pre-market high again. This is high risk. It does have positive news. Seeing quite a bit of stocks strong today. IREN still under a little bit of pressure. SPY is into a fading opportunity here, guys. We're still seeing the markets acting quite well. ASTS up 17, AMD slightly green, Intel getting faded, Archer, Joby getting slapped right back down. ASTS is a beast right now. CoreWeave still strong, VST acting well, Webull under quite a bit of pressure. Again, above 89, I would add my second entry to ASTS. It is going through a bit of a squeeze right now. Ethereum still acting quite well. Nat gas down a couple percent. XOM's gone negative. ASTS came close but never officially hit my level. Second level is 89 Pierce. Wow, missed it by 2 pennies there. Missed it by 2 pennies. I'm also shorting SPY, tomorrow put options. ITB getting an alert here. I said if this were to gap down, we would have a bit of a long scalp. Look at ITB coming in. Wow. That's hard sell side in ITB. All right, I would still look to see that. So again, I am in some tomorrow SPY puts I just entered off of that moving average on the hourly chart for SPY still short, so I'm in a couple short positions. We are seeing some top wick distributions. Nvidia is still holding steady. Google under some pressure. Plug Power down 5. Archer down 8.97. Come on, ASTS. SPY getting slightly faded here, just slightly. Nice. Come on down, S&P. Come on down. Open Door just went negative. Joby down 10%. You still have Tesla weak on the session, down 1.14. Meta down 0.15. Google slightly negative. Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Microsoft holding steady. Steady as she goes. Semis are going through a bit of distribution itself. IREN now down 5%. Look at SPY coming in, guys. That short was given to you. IREN coming in hot and heavy. Good to see. ASTS still holding quite steady. We're still seeing this market acting fairly well here. Coming in from that moving average, guys. That's a big retest and potential rejection, just like we saw last Wednesday. So I think that SPY could easily come down to this trend line here. ASTS still holding steady. Look at the S&P melting here. Beautiful to see. That's a nice little alert that we sent out to the live trading chat on our S&P 500. VST having a solid day. AMD still strong. Looking at VST here, that is punching to the high side. Trying to get some considerable volume intraday. Trying to break out here. Quite nice. ASTS now starting to come in. Dollar Tree having a good bounce today. Canopy Growth still holding steady. AMD still holding steady. Crude oil still softening. Quantum names are still acting okay. IONQ, big top wick distribution, but you got some strength through Rigetti. Looking at Archer Aviations, that just got absolutely slaughtered. Joby, obviously down into the deep dark depths below. Interesting. SPY still looking pretty heavy here. A lot of volume off of the open. PayPal seeing some rejection. Duolingo having a good day. Marvell having a good day. Snapchat slightly green. Nvidia still strong. Bitcoin up 1%. Let's look at JP Morgan here. Wow, look at JP Morgan and financials, guys. So similar price action. JP Morgan and financials get slapped during the morning session, and then they give them a little bit of a facelift in the afternoon, but financials taking it on the chin today. Wow, look at financials. That is crazy. Robinhood also seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. So you have some relative weakness in certain sectors of the S&P 500, which is making SPY underperform the Qs today. So your S&P 500 is almost negative, while your QQQ is up 0.34%. Your Russell 2000 is slightly negative. Amazon's basically slightly negative. Microsoft, Nvidia is still holding steady. Apple, Google, Meta, Tesla all negative. Netflix holding steady. Your Dow component is negative. JP Morgan getting slapped today. Crazy day. Crazy day. So far, a lot of continuous mixed price action across the board. Intel down 1.48, but bouncing. Open door slightly negative. Plug Power down 4. Webull getting slapped around today. ENVX trying to push yet again. You're still seeing quite a bit of distribution hitting the tape. You still have strength in your semis, but IWM and SPY are really lagging the cues here. Really lagging the cues. If we do a quick sector check within the first 10 minutes of the open here, guys, we are still seeing the majority of the sectors red. You have strength in utilities, XLU, strength in XLK, and strength in XLB. Every single other sector is red, with your energy, communications, and financials, real estate all underperforming, consumer discretionary underperforming. So majority of the S&P is seeing net sell side pressure off of the open. It's just a handful of your tech stocks through the likes of Microsoft, Nvidia, and Apple that are holding quite steady. AMD has a little bit of top wick distribution. Again, I am short SPY with members into tomorrow with some tomorrow put options. I shorted right off of that key moving average that we were discussing. There's a chance they could still try to pick it through that area. But I think SPY can easily go negative. I'm also short this ASTS. Those are my two trade setups today. I got a couple longs on watch, but with the market I'm expecting to fall back to gap fill, I'm not really too bullish today. I think there are some individual names that are outperforming. But across the board, you just got to be a little bit more defensive if the market is looking to chop a little bit lower. Copper strong today. Nice job taking profits on SCCO. Wow, Webull getting slapped down 7% on Webull. That is just filthy. This ENVX chart, guys, is trying to set up its next leg squeeze higher here. Look at ENVX trying to rip here. It is going. It's trying. Still quite a few stocks green, but definitely a considerable amount of selling. XOM after some initial selling off of the open, catching a bit of a bid here. Again, crude oil still acting well. Crude oil still at 0.67, but it is off of the highs. On ASTS, retrace lower, retrace lower. S&P 500 getting slapped right back down here. Still seeing some heavy sell side. I like it. I like it a lot. Take it down. Take it down, guys. We are following a very similar script as to what we saw basically here on Wednesday, September 24th. Finally broke. I'll take a peek at RDDT. Yes, look at SPY ripping to the downside. Come on, give us that gap and crack. Give it to us. We're already up nicely for our put options into tomorrow. ASTS still acting quite well. Let's look at RDDT. Yeah, wow, look at Reddit falling here. That might be on watch for a bit of a scalp here, guys. Ooh, Reddit getting interesting, guys. Reddit is getting interesting. Very cool. Thanks for that observation there, PK. Nice observation there. I like Reddit down here. Right into that 618 fib retrace. Doing a bunch of liquidity sweep lows. Yeah, that's looking nice. It's looking quite nice. SPY catching a bit of a bid here. AMD ripping, Hood still strong, Duolingo acting well, MongoDB, PayPal going through some distribution today. Yeah, Webull getting slapped around right now. Nasty little bearish breakdown on Webull. Tesla's trying to make a bullish recovery. Look at ASTS go, guys. All right, I just took my second fill, 89.60. I'm not going to add any more, but 89.60. That is my second fill, and these are just common shares. Markets are structurally trying to catch quite a bit of strength here through your semiconductors. You have AMD pumping, Nvidia acting very well, QuantumScape shaking and moving this morning. Look at QS. QS is up 11% now, just off of the highs, but acting very well. Joby still struggling, Webull still struggling, Plug trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Your S&P 500 is bouncing. All indices have turned green. ASTS now up 20%. Definitely some short covering has occurred over the last few trading sessions. That's why you're getting a nice squeeze to the upside. Really big squeeze. Still trying to squeeze higher here on ASTS. SPY's pushing. Markets are catching a pretty decent bounce here. Really strong bounce. Look at ENVX, guys. That's starting to also squeeze yet again, punching to the high side after it had a nasty down day yesterday, pretty much negating that in almost that entire move. Crazy, eh? That thing is a beast. We still hold some upside call options after we've taken our first bout of profit out of that name. We are still looking to press it into the end of the year. AMD absolutely squeezing to the high side. SOXS is now down a couple percentage points. Micron strong, Western Digital strong. STZ seeing some strength. Nvidia up 1.7. PayPal still negative. Ethereum slightly green but getting faded. Bitcoin getting faded. Nat Gas getting faded. SPY retesting that high. Look at them trying to sweep some of this liquidity. A full-on reversal and back test. You're right back into that SMA. Trying to get a move through it. Let's see if they try to sweep that liquidity. But a big, big bounce there. Your US dollar is trying to firm up just a touch here. ASTS is still trying to squeeze to the upside. Over $90 now. S&P 500 working itself through that simple moving average, coming into this high volume pivot reversal. Still trying to sweep that liquidity. New high of day for SPY. New high there for ASTS. Robinhood is getting slapped down here. That's fairly positive on the session. Again, they're trying to do a big old-fashioned liquidity sweep, in my opinion. Webull still under pressure. AMD up nicely. So they did a quick mega cap tech pump. Nvidia up 1.8, Amazon's green, and Microsoft up 0.5%. That's your short retest yet again. Silver trying to come in just a touch here. Stocks basically going negative. SPY once again getting rejected on that hourly chart. So they gave you a clinical backtest liquidity sweep. Pushing. I know, I don't even want to look at Dell because I looked at it this morning and it was freaking just a beast. I know. 150 calls from yesterday would have absolutely printed. Crazy how deep they took this. I was so shocked yesterday. Took it for a loss and look at that, up 5%. I know, Sarpers. It kills me. It kills me, this price action. Had the right read, just the wrong timing, I guess. But if you're still holding, I closed them yesterday for a loss as well. Not happy about it. The market makers really know how to rub salt in the wounds some days, and they want to make you FOMO chaser, right? That's literally what they're wanting me to do. They want me to try to get long it again, but yeah, that one's a dagger. They stuck a knife through the belly and twisted it. All right, Intel's still down 1.9. Evital stock's still under pressure. You still have strength across the majority of your semiconductors. AMD, Nvidia, SoundHound making it onto the high volume list up 6.3. QuantumScape onto the high volume list up 7.76. Again, ASTS seeing a little bit of selling. I'm both short SPY and ASTS right now. Still got quite a bit of strength though, guys, in this market. Copper stocks leading. You're still seeing some higher short interest names starting to squeeze yet again. Robinhood just went negative. Google, Meta, Tesla still struggling. JP Morgan and financials are still struggling a little bit. QQQ outperforming. Nvidia holding up the market once again with Jensen Huang's appearance on CNBC this morning. Headlines across the board. Jensen driving the algorithmic trading earlier on in the session. IONQ seeing a little bit of distribution that is down just a little bit. So watch for quantum stocks to get faded. They made that high pivot breakout, getting faded off of the highs quite nicely. You look at Rigetti as well, also getting faded off of the highs. QBTS also getting faded off of the highs. So we'll see what happens here in the tape. Lululemon still green. Duolingo having a good day. China stocks are mixed. Baba coming in just a touch here. Marvell still having a wonderful day. Wonderful day. Let's look at SPY again. All right, nice heavy sell side coming into the market here. Or at least ASTS is seeing. So we do have a little bit of data in 6 minutes, guys. It's your construction spending. And what was interesting is heading into this data, guys, you have home builders, ITB, down yet again. And I'm hoping that ITB can do a liquidity sweep of this pivot. I said yesterday, if we gap down, it would be a nice opportunity to trade on the long side. We never got the gap down, but you did get a reversal down. Not as strong as of a technical setup, so I want to see if we can get a wick down on the construction spend data, which is in about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. So it's the month over month data for August. Okay, so keep a window open for home builders. I might trade ITB today. Lennar is another one, LEN. That's pretty much at the lows of its chart. I might just trade the ETF because I don't know how these individual names are going to work. Pulte Homes, what's Pulte Homes? Is it PH? That's that's the ticker. PH, no, it's not PH. I'm freaking lying to myself. What's Pulte? That's Parker. Anyways, I'll probably just trade ITB, needless to say, but construction spend data in 5 minutes. So I'll keep a window open, keep you abreast of the data. If there's an opportunity there, I'll let you know. S&P 500 still maintaining positive structure, still trying to bounce off that 10-minute EMA. ASTS still coming in just a little bit here. It's above its pre-market high, but very, very extended here. Would not be surprised to see ASTS come back down to call it 83 bucks. SPY's still hanging in there. IREN coming in. Weeble's still weak. Energy stocks still going through a bit of backing and filling right now. AMD's a beast. Copper stocks are holding technical structure. OKLO, BABA under some pressure. Open Door now down 1.7. Marvell still up 3%. SMCI up 1.45. CNC, yet again another positive day for CNC, guys. So that's holding some technical strength, trying to push. UNH also acting quite well today, up 1.8%, breaking out of this beautiful bull flag pattern, going for that $400 and that gap fill, which sits around 378. That could potentially squeeze there today. All right, we're now green on our ASTH. Pulte. Oh, and Toll Brothers. Thank you, guys. Sarfer is just saying look at Crocs. CROX. Thank you, guys. Yes, PHM, Pulte Homes, Toll Brothers, TOL. Sometimes you have brain farts. There's so many tickers that you have to remember. Crocs, yeah, not looking too bad. Holding prior day low. Higher lows, lower highs, so it's in a bit of a wedge formation, but decent risk to reward from a long standpoint there, Sarp. If you're wanting to take it on the swing side, just keep a stop loss pretty much a daily close below that 78.50 level. Intraday, yeah, very strong. So this one looks like it has some intraday momentum. So basically the next consolidation down, sell side down, you could probably buy for continuation. So not looking too bad there. Okay. All right, SPY yet again pushing through your semiconductors, guys. Soundhound squeezing. AMD still trying to squeeze. Joby still down 10.8. Archer down 8.7. Datavolt, ticker DVLT, down 6.7. Plug is down 3.8. Webull down 6. SPY right back up. Right back up. Impressive price action in the main indices. Your Dixie still just hovering. Intraday, it's up 0.21%. Still above its pre-market low, but trying to break out of its opening range high. So guys, TP1 on ASTS is around this 83.13. It would be a pierce of this opening range. It would be roughly locking in about 4.8% profit on the trade. We are green right now on our ASTS short. I'm going to look to cover half. And then I'm going to keep a few shares out the other half of the position short in the event that it wants to put in a bit of a bigger bearish engulfing candle, take us back down to our gap. But I'd look to take half the profits off the table around this 83.15 area. All right, housing or construction data coming out here in a few brief moments. Let's look at these ITB stocks here. Again, if we see a hard knife down into the 102 area, I get very interested, guys, on ITB. Very, very interested. SPY still holding steady. All right, your US dollar is trying here. ITB still holding steady. Your dollar's trying to firm up. Construction spend coming out momentarily here. ASTS coming in nicely. What's the data? What's the data? Come on. Give it to me. Forecast is minus 0.1. Home builders are catching a nice bid. S&P caught a nice bid there as well. SPY yet again trying to break through and grab hourly chart liquidity here. Looking pretty strong. Wow, my mouse seems like it just got super sensitive. SPY is still holding steady here. Very, very strong. Dixie still trying to break above that opening range high. SPY is starting to rip here. ASTS holding steady. SPY is ripping. Pushing to the high side here for your S&P 500. IWM trying to make a move. Still have strength across your semiconductors. S&P 500 is still trying to trend here. It's breaking above its 10-minute opening range. Let's look at that Russell 2000 as well. IWM still off of its highs, but trying to push. ASTS coming in as the market's trying to push here. Yeah, it's a good question. I didn't even look at the options chain. I just felt more comfortable going into shares for ASTS. Um, but let's take a look at the chain right now because we're still could see a decent dip in the market. But ASTS puts would probably work out too. Whenever a company gets positive news headlines, big headlines as it did, I feel a lot more comfortable shorting commons because the chances of it getting another positive headline are very, very slim. But, if you're wanting to play put options, $85 puts, the spread's okay. I mean, for the volatile stock it is. I'm looking at the October 10th $85 puts, which are right now about 315 and 350. So it's a 40-cent spread, so it's not the worst. But yeah, if you're wanting to take put options, $85 puts are certainly aggressive, but could work out. But I just prefer common shares in this specific trade. Wow, S&P 500 absolutely squeezing to the high side here. Crazy price action here. Let's look at this retrace. Are they trying to trend SPY right back into you're through that 618 level like a hot knife through butter? It's an hourly chart level. There's still 25 minutes left in this candle, but that market is one strong beast right now. One strong beast. You're still getting some squeezing price action. And sometimes with the options plays, obviously you got that time against you. I know the momentum for ASTS is so strong, and it's got a little bit of that culty investor narrative towards it, so they could easily keep it elevated for a little bit longer. That's another reason why I'm just going into common shares short. So obviously we are up nicely on ASTS, but I'm looking for about 4.8% on that first trim. Oof, that S&P 500 is a beast right now. You are squeezing to the upside here, guys. Ridiculous squeeze across the board. That is crazy, that type of price action. Ah, interesting. I'm getting an alert on another ticker. I think this is a buy alert. Let me see here. Ooh, not bad, not bad. Coming in. Okay, I'll keep that on watch for sure. Markets are still trending. What else we got going on? So the next data set is really at 10 a.m. Sorry, 10:30. In 23 minutes, you have crude oil inventories, and markets have absolutely flown to the high side. Flown. SPY has even overshot some technical levels that I was expecting a retrace, and it's still early on. You could still get some selling, but S&P 500 looking structurally sound here. Nice decline on ASTS. That is putting our position nicely up on the short side, guys. SPY is just a beast right now. Absolute beast. Still seeing some strength across the board in your semiconductors, copper stocks, Micron strong, Lululemon having a good day, Duolingo having a good day, Marvell having a great day. Financials are still struggling just a little bit, but bouncing with market strength. Nat Gas getting clobbered today, down 3%. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping Nat Gas would set us up for that inventory. You probably had some talk from Fed Goolsby and then the construction spend data talking. You got also Fed Chair, Vice Chair Barr speaking. Whoops. S&P 500 is still squeezing to the upside here. Let's look at Duolingo here. Duolingo catching a pretty fat bid to the upside here, guys. That is starting to rip. Lululemon ripping. Everything is catching a really sizable bid here. Crazy. Snapchat starting to rip. Marvell is just flying to the upside right now. S&P 500 is trending in the morning session. As of now, it is still in full-fledged squeeze mode. PayPal's green. Consumer staple stocks are seeing some distribution. That Duolingo daily chart looks filthy. Yeah, the Black Widow can fake move, Trader 586. All right, ASTS still coming in. Come on, pay us on the short side. SPY is just absolutely filthy today. It is crazy mover. Look at that move on your S&P. AMD still strong. Dollar Tree having a nice day. Silver still having a good day. CoreWeave having a good day. Still keeping your semiconductors super duper strong. QuantumScape got faded from the highs, so you're seeing some of these higher short interest names. They are coming in. Look at that reversal on QS. That is nasty, guys. That is absolutely filthy. Iron looks like a short still. Quantum names bounced a little bit, but also still under a little bit of pressure here. Let's look at SoundHound. SoundHound's still a beast here. BBAI, let's see what that's doing. That's coming in sharply. Nasty. Intel also under some near-term pressure. That's still coming in. Interesting. Strong mover today on Dollar Tree. Pretty much recovering that whole entire gap down. Pretty crazy. Archer still under pressure. Open Door. That's coming in slightly here. Joby still looking pretty weak on the session. Joby's at the lows of its chart. Not looking too good. Nvidia's just absolutely a behemoth right now. Recapturing prior day low. Nat gas is now down 3.11%. Look at S&P 500 starting to rip even more. That is crazy. So they are pumping up your tech stocks here. Your QQQ is still absolutely leading the charge to the upside. IWM is beating the S&P so far. You've had Meta turn green, Apple's up 0.5%, Microsoft's up 0.32, Amazon's up 0.48. Google still slightly negative, but trying to firm up. Tesla still slightly negative, but trying to firm up. ASTS, come on, break that opening range low. Crack it. Crack it lower. ASTS still looking a little bit heavier here. Markets are still acting A-OK. CDNS here, trying to make a little bit of a bullish recovery. A lot of just excellent V-shaped recovery bounces here. And a lot of names, guys. A lot of names are just ripping. ENVX should still keep squeezing here. Let's look at the Russell quickly. That Russell is still trying to trend through that high pivot. AMD starting to soften up just a little bit. Big continuation bounce trying to occur in your S&P 500. Apple still holding technical structure. Tesla right now still slightly negative. Not really performing too well with Tesla. Come on, ASTS. Again, we're close to that TP1 target on ASTS. I will look to cover half and move stop loss. Come on, ASTS. Crack it down. Crack it down. What a bounce, though, in the markets, guys. Dixie still softening. You got crude oil trying to perk up just a little bit, guys. Keep your eye on these energy stocks because they are looking like XOM is trying to make that bullish reversal as well ahead of inventories. So XLE could go from your least performing, worst performing sector to one of your best ones. All right, ASTS knifing here, guys. Absolutely knifing. TP1 is coming into play here. Guys, I just took half of my profits there on ASTS, 83.16. Covered half of my profits there. Beautiful little short trade on ASTS. Beautiful little short trade there on ASTS. It's even going lower, so you can all still. That's a nice little win on the session. Beautiful. Still holding half of my position, guys. Looking for more downside. Maybe it does a good old-fashioned gap and crack. That would be filthy. Not out of the question, that's for sure. AMD seeing a little bit of distribution. Crude oil trying to make a little bit of a move here. Wow, look at ASTS melting, guys. Absolutely melting. If we head to the top of this channel, so let me go to the daily chart here for ASTS because it's doing a good old-fashioned gap and crack. You know, we look at this channel that I have, and I even extended it far, but you can see pivot high to pivot lows. I mean, you busted through that channel like a friggin' hot knife through butter today. And it would not shock me for ASTS to come back inside this channel, which would put us right back down to about $80, between $79 and $80. But that is heavy. That is some heavy selling off of the open, guys. So again, nice trade setup if you took that with us. Please hit that like button. We'll see if SPY wants to give back any of its gains. Seeing AMD curling down, looking a little bit heavier here. AMD still up 4%. XOM just turned green. Oh my goodness, Webull is down 10%. Webull is just getting absolutely slammed. Slammed today. Crazy. Nat Gas getting slammed today. Ethereum still strong, up 1.3%. Google's still negative. Duolingo still having a stellar day. STZ up 1%. Micron still up 3.7. OKLO's turned negative. IONQ still struggling here, guys. Looking at these quantum names, IONQ is still under quite a bit of pressure. OKLO looking slightly bearish here. Yeah, OKLO looks like it could come in pretty sharply here. Let's look at that IREN, RI. That's still under some pressure. Let's look at Cypher Mining. That's also seeing some pressure even though the market's strong. Let's look at TeraWolf, WLF. That's acting a little bit better. BMNR, Ethereum is outperforming today, so you have BMNR catching a nice bid. MicroStrategy did have quite a big down day yesterday, seeing a little bit of strength today. Not much though. ENVX still trying to squeeze. Crazy mover there. Good morning, Supreme Leader. You saying it feels like the charts are going to ripple today? What does that mean? Rip? Rip or fade? Long on pullbacks. Okay, interesting. Let's throw up a little bit of a poll here in the chat. Let's see what the consensus is. Will SPY go negative? Remember, Qs are outperforming your S&P 500. ASTS still looking heavy. What a pullback there in ASTS, guys. Tesla's still struggling a little bit. Nvidia is still consolidating quite well. Open Door now down 4%. No, Supreme Leader's bullish. Still technically a bullish market. You have had your S&P 500. If you look at it, it broke out of its opening range candle formation. So your S&P 500 is still holding technical structure up at this point above its opening ranges. We'll flip the charts here. We'll keep ASTS here. And we'll keep SPY since we'll look at those opening ranges. Hood looks a little bit vulnerable. Soundhound getting faded. Joby Archer getting faded. Intel coming in. QuantumScape almost negative. QBTS almost negative. Interesting. Marvell still a stellar day for MRVL. OKLO's gone negative. IONQ down a little bit today, 3.69%. DocuSign seeing some strength today. CoreWeave still strong. SCCO strong. AMD starting to curl down here. 3 p.m. FOMC. 3 p.m. Maybe 2 p.m. your time. I think unless we have a time change, but 3 p.m. are the Fed minutes. My time. Eastern time. So maybe it's 2 p.m. your time. I guess everyone's time zone can be a little bit different. We have quite a bit of different viewers and subscribers from different countries. So just know that later in the afternoon, final hour of trading, we have the FOMC minutes. ASTS going lower. Going lower. Drop it down, ASTS. Drop it down. That short is absolutely paying us, guys. Paying us. Look at that. You know, we could be up 10% if we hit the top of this channel. That is a beast mode of a short. We also have crude inventories coming up in a few minutes. Speaking of, here, I'll pull up the Fed watch tool, guys. So really the market is kind of, you know, we already know what the Fed is doing. You know, the Fed watch tool, obviously minutes can influence things, but minutes are kind of just a reiteration of what was already said. So the big thing is that the October meeting, guys, October 25th, sorry, October 29th, there's about a 92% chance of a cut. Let's just go through this real quick since we're waiting for the market, but I'll put this up on my screen here. This is the Fed watch tool. So October 29th, next meeting, 92.5% for another 25 bit cut. Then we go to December and it starts getting a little bit mixed, but December is also pricing in a little bit of an additional cut. So you can see the markets are pricing in another 25 bits on your November and December. Then you go into January and the consensus is for a hold. Then you go into March and you kind of have a mixed price action for a hold and a cut. So that's what you really want to be watching is your March expectations. Right now it's pretty balanced between a cut and a hold. So that's kind of what we want to watch. But markets are already pricing in quite a bit of future cuts already. That's why gold has just been a freaking beast. Duolingo still holding quite steady today. Micron holding steady. AMD holding steady bullish price action. Crude oil inventories are in 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes for crude. You do have Nvidia curling down here, ladies and gents. Tesla's turned green. All mega caps are green. JP Morgan's still under a little bit of pressure, but significantly off of the lows. So financials firming up could help things. Again, we've already taken profits off of ASTS. That was a nice little easy setup in the morning. Markets are still holding very strong technical strength at this point. Very strong. ASTS catching some 10-minute liquidity. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling on your 10-minute chart, but it's not really hurting the market too much. It seems to be rotating a bit. Lithium Americas Corp still doing well. QuantumScape still well off of its highs, still up 2% though. Archer down 8.4. Joby down 11.29 on that shelf offering. Soundhound trying to make a move, up 5%. Webull down 9. Plug Power down half. Open Door down 3.2. Datavolt DVLT down 9.49. Dixie trying to break out above its opening range high. Market is in full-fledged squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. ENVX still acting very well. Trying to push here. ASTS falling lower. How's Rocket Labs doing? Because that one also popped up on news. And you are seeing the whole entire space complex getting faded here. RKLB. RKLB is actually holding steady. It wasn't up as much as ASTS, and the Rocket Labs daily chart is still looks like it could run based off of pure momentum. What about SATS? That one we did short once upon a time, made some money on it. Let's see what we're doing here. Still just backing and filling a little bit. Interesting. Very interesting. Look at that topping tail forming on Rocket Labs. It could go negative, guys. The heavy price action, it could. It could do the good old-fashioned gap and crack. You are seeing full-sized liquidation in that name. Beautiful. Let's go. Come on. Look at that mover. S&P still holding technical structure here. Nvidia trying to bounce. Crazy. On ASTS, S&P still remarkably strong. Sorry, Supreme, I didn't see you. Want to look at IST? Maybe not that ticker. I don't know what that is. Robinhood catching a fat candle. Your dollar's getting faded. All right, guys, crude oil inventories will be out in a few minutes. Just be aware of that. Where is my scan? Look at ASTS dump here, guys. All right, crude oil inventories. Let's just quickly take a peek. That should be coming out here momentarily. Crude oil inventories 3.71 million versus zero point 0.4. Initial reaction, trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Interesting. Let's see the reaction here. So far, crude actually coming in a little bit. Weekly distillates coming in a little bit heavier. So far, a positive reaction for crude. I mean, crude seeing some negative price, which is positive for S&P. Still trying to digest the data here, but the consensus is technically a little, this data point is technically a little bit bearish for crude. Oh, that's your time zone. Oh, good to know, good to know. I would not have guessed that IST. Nice. So yeah, a little bit of bearish price action for crude, which does support higher price in your S&P, to be honest. The fundamental print on crude oil inventories is slightly bearish. We'll see what type of reaction we get though. So far it is seeing some initial selling off of that inventory report. SPY's still hanging on to the highs. You're looking at NTUX stock. NTUX, yeah, daily chart not looking too bad. Trying to consolidate right under that EMA, weekly EMA resistance. But not bad. S&P catching a big bid here as the dollar softens quite a bit more. Crude oil softening just a bit more. SPY still grinding new high of day, absolutely ripping to the upside here. Still have the markets acting well, a little bit of top wick distribution in your S&P, but it's still acting very strong. Intraday, very, very strong. SPY is coming up into a value area high. Still have unrelenting strength in your semiconductors. AMD still absolutely strong. Crude oil still softening here quite a bit. Top wick distribution in Nvidia. Robinhood crude still falling here, guys. WTI crude coming in off of that inventory report just a little bit. All right, next data set that we have is really at 1 p.m. Actually, 12 o'clock is ECB President Lagarde speaks. So whether or not she's dovish or not, we will see. It could be influential for the EU there and the forex market. So we'll watch the dollar around that 12 o'clock time frame. If she's dovish, expect the dollar to pop. If she's hawkish, then the dollar could fall. And then at 1 p.m., you have your 10-year note auction. That is also pretty big. We'll see what happens. SPY seeing a little bit of selling here. Some minor selling. SPY's still hanging in there, guys. I just gotta scan this document. S&P still hanging in there. Crude oil now trying to catch a little bit of that bid. It's some choppy price action in crude. Technically, the data on a fundamental side supports lower crude prices. That being said, has the market front run that data? That's the big question, right? The technical pattern on crude is still holding up intraday, but the fundamental data suggests some lower price. So if crude starts to push here, that would be kind of interesting. Look at ENVX, guys. That thing is just in full-fledged squeeze mode. If this clears this high pivot, the shorts are in trouble, guys. The shorts are in trouble. If it clears this high pivot, we're going to see this name absolutely fly and squeeze. Let's look at some of these buy now, pay laters. Affirm under a bit of pressure. SoFi right now, still hanging in there. Roblox, that's coming in from the highs. Boeing is still strong. On the session, Boeing is clearing some recent high pivots, so tough name to keep Boeing down. Nice continuation squeeze on BA, guys. Good to see that stock reacting well, clearing that initial high pivot pop. So this was the pop on news for Boeing, retested, pushing, very strong price action for BA. Let's look at VST. That's still acting well. Robinhood still acting well. AMD still acting well. IREN. Ram saying let's take 665 puts today. 665 puts? Holy moly. That's down here. That's that M top formation. I mean, technically SPY has done a bullish close, but that's one big lotto ram that you're wanting to take. 665s. What are they at right now? I'd be shocked if that happened, but 665 put right now is at 9 cents. 9 cents. It's a long shot. If you hit that, I'd be impressed, Ram. If you hit that, are you talking about 0 DTEs? What's your time frame? What strike you looking at? Oh, take SPY to 665. I see. I see. Nvidia's starting to chop down a little bit here. Just doing some paperwork. S&P starting to come in just a little bit. Nvidia, AMD still holding strong. Webull catching a bit of a bid off of the lows, but still being demolished down here. Impressively demolished. Crazy. Webull. IWM coming in a little bit. Cabin saying Fly is moving nicely. Ticker FLY. Yeah, Fly looking like a squeezer here. Breaking out through this high pivot. You haven't got an hourly close yet, but if you get that hourly close above that high pivot, it could certainly squeeze. I wouldn't be surprised if the mark came in and this retested this 30-30 area. That would be your buy, but acting quite well for sure intraday. Very, very well. So I think that it could see a little bit of consolidation, but trying to move here. Let's look at SRPT. AMD still pushing. Nvidia now softening up quite a bit, guys. Nvidia is softening. SRPT coming in. SRPT still looks strong though. Trying to break out of that weekly bottoming formation. S&P 500 is starting to come in just a touch here. SPY getting a little bit heavier, so the big test for the bulls, we'll see if they can defend this upsloping trend line. That's your previous M-top neckline. So we've done one massive hourly chart liquidity sweep of that M-top neckline. Technically, it has negated the pattern, but if we start closing back below it, then that pattern is still in effect. So watch that M-top neckline pattern. The market is still technically holding bullish structure unless we get that close below that area. AMD still ripping. ASTS still looking super heavy on ASTS, guys. That one, honestly, if the market comes in, ASTS could go negative, guys. If that comes in, ASTS could go negative. Right now, obviously it's a strong stock still, but the markets have also been strong, and this stock really hasn't performed like it should. Some of this. New lows for ASTS. Pay us. S&P still holding strength. What's we got going on here? Micron still having a stellar day. Constellation Brands is just quietly grinding here, guys. It had a big earnings pop, quietly grinding to the upside. Wow, look at Duolingo. Go, Duolingo, go. Duolingo's pushing here still. Maybe it's because I've started trying to take some Spanish lessons. But nice move on Duolingo. Look at this chart on Duolingo, guys. That is one clean potential daily chart breakout today on ticker DULL. If that triggers that inverted head and shoulders pattern, we should get a 424 upside move. So Duolingo trying here. CNC still holding technical structure. UNH, wow, what a beast today on UNH. That is shaking and moving to the upside. What's Nike doing? We got a little bit more World Cup qualifying soccer set to take place over the coming days. You got a lot of different nations set to play international soccer. Nike's still weak, but Nike's done a full round trip of its entire gap up move, guys. This is technically not a bad area to try to take Nike. Not bad at all. Interesting. Cheap enough equity. I'll start speaking Spanish if I come to Miami. Yeah. Nice. You've taken many, coming to Duolingo, I've taken many German lessons on it years back while in Austria. That's pretty sweet, man. I love Austria. That's actually where I hold dual citizenship. Maria says I like to hear you talking while I'm working and trading. Appreciate that, Maria. All right, we are seeing that S&P soften up just a little bit. Is anyone long Nike? How do you guys feel about Nike? Is anyone actually long Nike? Do they hold a position? I know there were a few people playing that earnings gap up. You guys probably took your profits, but technically not a bad area. I'm honestly considering us dabbling into a small position. Nice. Yeah, I've been to Germany twice. I've been to Austria once. Take a free tour any day. Peter's still holding Nike along with many other retailers. I'm thinking holiday is coming. Yeah, I'm looking at some options on Nike. I am. I'm considering it. It's not a bad area for Nike. You know, you've got that positive news pop. They've eaten the earnings liquidity. They've sucked out that implied volatility. You've technically are still trying to flatten out this 7 and 20 on the weekly chart, trying to stage a bit of a bearish crossover, but I don't think that that bearish crossover is going to result in some lower price for Nike. We are seeing Nvidia falling. Just Vienna, just Vienna. but I would love to go back. And look what, you're sitting right close to that monthly 200. That's a big area for Nike. So you've done a big sweep of that 200 monthly MA. You're back testing a 382. Again, Nike should benefit from the World Cup as it approaches. The three nations, Canada, USA, Mexico, hosting the World Cup in 2026. They've just started to release some of the prices of tickets. I'm thinking about going to the Canadian home opener if I can get some tickets. I don't even know if they're on sale yet, but they start at, I think the cheapest ticket's about $500. And then it ranges up from there, I think all the way up to about 3K, depending on where you sit. I don't even know who Canada would be playing, but I'd love to see one of the games. All right, SPY's starting to come in a little bit. What is Nike saying here? Nice sweep there. The momentum is still technically down on all of your time frames. So maybe they want to sweep that low one more time. Maybe that's what we're waiting for. I'm going to just be patient with Nike. Maybe we want to sweep this bottoming tail and then that would give us a better entry into that monthly 7 moving average is sitting at 68.37. Interesting. I'm going to keep that on watch. I am interested in building into a position maybe over the coming days. It's not a bad area right now. Not a bad area at all. All right, Nvidia is softening up just a little bit. CoreWeave seeing a little bit of selling as well. Let's look back at ASTS here. That name is still trying to bounce slightly off of the lows, but still curling in just a little bit. AMD still ripping. Dollar Tree up nicely. XOM back to the positive side. Crude oil. Ram saying Lennar is making some CBAD material homes and people are pissed in South America. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, Lennar. I guess that's really been priced into the stock price with Lennar getting absolutely slapped. But hitting a big area today, guys. Gapping below, piercing that daily 200 moving average on Lennar. I was hoping for it to sweep this lower pivot. Never truly happened. It still maybe could happen, but let's look at Toll Brothers here, ticker TOL. That's still under some pressure. NVIDIA getting a little bit heavier here. Boeing still doing well. CDNS still hanging in there, guys. DLTR. Funny enough, DLTR saw some downgrades yesterday, getting a nice pop today. Hood is still strong on the session. IREN really starting to come in here. So IREN is pretty much near the lows of its daily session. But again, IREN fell all the way down to prior day low off of that debt offering, shelf offering. Plug Power is probably going to be coming lower here as well. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Starting to come in. It's still up 0.34%. QQQ still leading the charge. NVIDIA is looking a little bit heavier though. You are seeing a touch of distribution. Big Bear AI has gone negative. QuantumScape's about to go negative. Joby Archer still struggling on the session. We got Nat Gas getting clobbered. Man, oh, one day too soon. I thought Nat Gas was setting up for a pop into its inventories. Look at that full-fledged decline on Nat Gas. I was so tempted to short it yesterday. I was like, you know what? I'm going to be patient with this. I said, I think it's setting up for that similar pop like it did last week in inventories, and then they just knifed it. I mean, look at that KOLD today, up 7.84%. Beast mode on cold. Crazy. All right, crude oil trying to make a little bit of a push here. Again, it saw that initial dip on inventories. The inventory report wasn't that good. Needless to say, we'll see what the technical close is as of today. Bitcoin still holding steady. VIX is negative. Google, Tesla back to the dark side. So you're seeing Tesla continuously underperforming the market. This is probably still a bit of a continued short. Amazon has made a stellar move off of the lows in anticipation of Prime Day. So Amazon acting very, very well today. Also could be a major beneficiary into the holiday season. I do think that there's quite a bit of holiday trade setting up as well. So Peter brought up a good point, saying that he thinks that there's going to be a lot of retailers that run into the holidays, and I think he's right. You know, we could see names like Victoria's Secret that needs to be watched carefully, VSCO. Let's see that daily chart. Daily chart is still holding technical structure, got some upside momentum. Looking at VFC, that name has actually been consolidating in a very bullish range, backtesting the 50-day moving average today, trying to come into a previous gap fill. That gap fill likely could be bought. Nice healthy backtest and consolidation pattern for VFC. Let's look at the XRT ETF as a whole. Another name, that XRT retail ETF has had a decent pullback. Potentially could be setting up for a bit of a dead cat bounce. Your S&P is getting a little bit heavier here. Just a little bit. Let's look at ASTS again. Still trying to hold steady. Nvidia still looking a little bit heavier here. Western Digital getting a little bit of selling. Constellation Brands still ripping. Duolingo still ripping. PayPal still up nicely. GDX still strong. Ethereum, guys, just went negative on the session. So, you know, Ethereum basically doing a full round trip, trying to break out, having a bit of a failed breakout. So, names like BMNR getting absolutely toasted here. SBET getting absolutely toasted probably. Yeah, SBET down to the lows. Let's look at ETHZilla, ETHZ. ETHZilla not really doing too much here. Okta having a decent day today. Okta trying to firm up in the face of this market. Nat Gas now down 4%. Starbucks continuously under pressure. PayPal almost up 1. SMCI still having a stellar day. Marvell still strong, but slightly off of the highs. Alibaba still slightly off of its highs. S&P 500 getting a nice dip by. Micron AMD still strong. So again, you still have considerable strength in your SOXX, flying back to the high side today. Really strong bounce in your semis. Hood's still strong. Nvidia catching that bounce. AMD is just a beast today. Your US dollar, guys, is getting a pop here. So just be careful. Your Dixie's getting a 10-minute candle. I don't know if there's news. What is popping here? So 11 o'clock. I mean, Thomson Reuters IPSOS data. Thomson Reuters for Canada. So the Dixie's catching a little bit of a bid here, and I'm not too sure why, but just understand that could be influential and hurt the market in the near term. We'll see what type of a bounce that wants to occur. But your US dollar is trying to bounce here. Looking like it could try to trend back to the highs, which should push your equity markets maybe a little bit lower here. We'll watch that carefully. Still have your VIX negative. Crude oil now up 1%. Trying to grind a little bit more. Excuse me. S&P still reacting quite well to the dollar. Gold is still ripping crazy. Gold is just a beast. S&P still hanging in there. Hasn't really reacted to the dollar. AMD still surging. Energy stocks are still mixed. Crude oil is trying to actually break out from that initial sell side candle that it had off of inventory. So this is where we had inventory release. It dipped and now it's actually starting to perk up here, guys. So WTI crude not looking too bad in the very, very near term. Again, not looking too bad at all. Nat gas still getting clobbered here. Uranium. Uranium still slightly positive. Right, SPY seeing a little bit of minor selling. Robinhood curling down. Crude oil still trying to rip here, guys. So WTI crude acting pretty well. Keep your eye on energy stocks. I still think there's trade setups there. You know, you look at XOM. Let's see what that's doing. XOM trying to break out to the high side. Let's look at the high beta rig. Nice move in stub. Double top incoming. So stub hub. Let's look at Stub. A little bit of a recent IPO. Yeah, look at that move on Stub. Crazy breakout, eh? Very strong. Yeah, double top pivot coming. Cool. Cool observation there, sir. Let's look at Rig though. RIG. Rig could try to move up. How's Oxy doing? XLE. High risk trade. High risk trade here. XLE 8950 call. October 10th. High risk. I'm looking for a retest of prior day high. I'm going long XLE here. Contracts are pretty cheap. So October 10th, 89.50. This is very aggressive. Just keep in mind, it's a very aggressive trade. Size accordingly, not a lot of time. This is kind of almost treated like a bit of a lotto trade in my opinion. Bit of a lotto. We'll see if we get that bid higher in crude. And your dollar is trying to firm up. S&P still hanging in there. This is a high risk lotto, guys, on crude oil. High risk lotto, 89.50, end of week call. Please size for loss. WTI crude still looking good. Dollar still pressing here, guys. SPY still hanging in there. Nvidia curling down. AMD still a monster. Dollar's trying to rip now at 0.3. Nat gas down 4.28. XLE still trying here. S&P still underperforming Qs. IWM outperforming the S&P. Amazon ripping. Nvidia ripping. So Nvidia is the strongest mega cap. Nvidia is the second strongest. Weakest mega cap today is Google. Meta acting well. Apple acting well. Nvidia is softening just a little bit though. Nvidia getting a little bit heavier here, guys. Your US dollar is starting to rip here, guys. That Dixie is starting to really fly here. That is a bit of a problem. Should influence the markets in a bit of a negative way. It should. XLE trying to make a little bit of a move here. Spawning a bit of this bullish wedge. Your dollar's still trying to pop. Crude oil's still trying to pop. Energy still trying to get a little bit of a push here. Come on, XLE. Push it. Dixie still pushing. Google still struggling. CoreWeave seeing some distribution. AMD up 6% and flying. It's SPY pushing. XLE trying to push. Dixie still pushing. Everything's pushing here. Everything is pushing. SPY going for another high pivot breakout here. Crazy strength in this tape today, guys. Coming into a value area high here at 672.35. Very strong market price action. Very strong. So a big bounce on ASTS. Still retesting that OR low. You got energy trying to break to the high side here. Crude and Dixie still acting very well. Amazon still ripping here. Iron still curling down. This looks like a lowercase h pattern bear flag about to play out on IREN, guys. IWM still acting exceptionally well. ENVX still acting. Look at energy squeezing here, guys. XLE is starting to squeeze. S&P is still hanging in there. IONQ still down. Micron still holding steady. Baba still coming in. Duolingo up 4. Marvell still ripping. PayPal ripping. SMCI ripping. Ethereum back to the green side. Nat gas still down sharply. So if nat gas catches a bit of a bounce here, you know, it's down over 4%. I'm expecting nat gas dip buyers to come in. We could get some extra fuel to the fire. If nat gas bounces here, it could help XLE because right now we do have crude oil, which is obviously the main driver of XLE, breaking out of its opening range, looking for a new high of day. If nat gas also bounces, we could see XLE push up a little bit more. Your S&P 500 still holding technical structure here. Oil still pushing, Dixie still pushing, guys. I'm surprised the markets haven't really reacted. I'm surprised the markets have not reacted with selling. They are keeping these mega caps strong, guys. S&P new highs. CoreWeave still coming in. Dixie still trying to push. Gold is starting to see a little bit of selling from your US dollar. So gold is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nvidia is softening up just a little bit here. We're seeing Nvidia getting a little bit heavier here. Nvidia getting pretty heavy. Financials turned green. So you're seeing some distribution hitting your big boy right now. Keep your eye on semis. XLE still trying to squeeze. Take a look at Nvidia. It's starting to come in. AMD still hanging in there. Let's look at AVGO here. AVGO also softening in from the highs. So watch Nvidia, because if Nvidia starts to fall any lower than here, we could be looking at another dollar fall, $1.50 fall on Nvidia. For now, it's trying to hold steady. Crude oil trying to press even more here. Crude oil going for pre-market high, which is at 62.42. Again, our call options are starting to work out quite nicely here on crude, on XLE, sorry. Nice. We're already up 35% on our XLE calls here, looking pretty strong. We could see maybe the markets want to reverse and XLE push here, but we just took those calls about 20-30 minutes ago, and they're acting quite nicely. Come on, punch it. We look at what XLE is setting up here intraday. If I go to, say, the 30-minute chart or 20-minute chart, well, that's SPY. Let's go to the 20-minute chart here on XLE. XLE does have a potential bullish inverted head and shoulders formation intraday. It hasn't triggered it yet, but if it breaks out here, we could be looking at an upside of 90, almost 91 bucks. XLE squeezing here. Nice price action in energy, guys. Spread is starting to blow out on XLE calls, which is telling me that we're probably going to push even higher. They're wanting people to pay a bit of a premium. Crude oil is still rocketing here, guys. WTI crude squeezing, breaking out to the high side. Look at energy flying here. WTI crude just ripped to the highs of the session, guys. XOM is starting to just fly to the upside, almost taking our 115s in the money. You look at XOM's pattern. XOM has triggered that inverted head and shoulders that we're watching for in XLE. So XOM is kind of front running the bullish price action here, guys. It's looking pretty good. Energy trade is looking very strong right now. Dixie simultaneously also had a nice little breakout, seeing a little bit of sell side now. S&P 500 still acting remarkably well here at the highs. It looks like they're trying to push SPY yet again to new all-time highs. I mean, just the way that we're trying to trend here. SPY is holding quite steady. IREN getting clobbered down 6.5% now, breaking that H pattern to the downside. That's coming in. VST is catching a really nice bid here on the 10-minute chart with XLE and energy, a little bit of a utility play. ENVX is still trying to squeeze here, guys. Pretty crazy. Robinhood still strong, AMD still strong. SOXS or SOXX is still squeezing here, crazy. IONQ down 4, OKLO seeing some selling. Uranium has now gone negative, guys, so URA was positive on the session, doing a full round trip. That could really hurt OKLO. Probably some put options in OKLO are favorable today. It looks like OKLO is going to trigger a bit of this bearish flag formation intraday. Another lowercase h pattern. OKLO, if it gets nasty in uranium, OKLO could head to this gap fill around 127, which would be another $4 or $5 fall. Come on, take our XLE calls in the money. Crude oil still holding above that pre-market high. SPY still holding technical strength here. Pushing 50% up on these calls. I like it. XLE calls. We're pushing 50%. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Nvidia still curling slightly lower here, guys. Boeing DocuSign still strong. Market is still ripping here, guys. Still absolutely flying. S&P, new high of day, coming into that value area high. AMD still squeezing. Helidoc, you think something is cooking? Sorry, I just saw that comment now. Wow, for some reason some of those comments didn't come in. TDOC, I'm just looking at, yeah, it's at $9, up 8.5%. Interesting. Yeah, TDOC is acting quite well. It's above your key daily charts, moving averages. So certainly acting well. S&P is squeezing here. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze play. My oh my. It's a huge impulse. It looks like the markets are going to sweep the all-time highs, guys. Crazy. They are trending us yet again. Boeing is trying to break out through its 50-day moving average today. Looking really good for Boeing. Semis are still absolutely flying. Your S&P 500 non-stop positive price action. Energy seeing a little bit of softening. SPY still ripping. IWM is now trying to outperform your QQQ. Small caps are seeing quite a bit of liquidity inflows. PayPal's ripping. Healthcare taking a bit of a breather. Big bear, decent technical level, but loses this area you're probably heading sub $7 to 6.90. So it really needs to hang on to this prior day low. Could get a bit of a dead cat bounce here. If you're wanting to go long, you keep a tight stop loss there. LAC saw a pretty big fade. Intel's caught a nice bid back higher here, but I still think Intel's probably going to get faded. It's into an aggressive short zone as well. INTC. Nvidia still hanging in there. STZ still acting quite well. UPS trying to consolidate bullishly. FDX. See how Carvana is doing. Carvana getting slapped here. Let's look at HIMS. HIMS. Yeah, HIMS is looking structurally very positive here. Profit taking coming into energy. Ticker Altimmune, guys, ALT, trying to catch a little bit of momentum here. If it breaks this high pivot, you can see that Altimmune has been slowly grinding in a tight range here. It's been rejected once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Now the 7th time, trying to really clear this high pivot zone here. Again, it's a high risk biotech play, but looking like ALT could try to break out of this very, very deep amount of consolidation. And this one could have a strong move. Strong move. All right, XLE getting slapped down with crude oil right now. Seeing Nvidia softening up just a touch. SPY close to that all-time high. Snapchat trying to break out intraday of this bearish consolidation. Still seeing a heavy amount of volume accumulation. Duolingo, let's see what's happening there. Yeah, Duolingo's still strong. Let's look at this BETR. Strong day for RXRX. Big breakout there for RI. This one could squeeze, guys. This is breaking out of a huge daily chart pattern. I mean, it's already squeezing, say, up 13%, but nasty little clearing of these high pivots here. Again, this is probably going to see some, if it consolidates and falls lower, probably get some dip buys. RX is just leaving the station. Choo choo. Train is running. The train is running. Crazy. That just came out of nowhere, that volume. Huge volume. Wow, look at that. Just one-way freight train. Not even giving a chance for entry. Just slap that order and get long. LOL. Wow, crazy. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna grab some lunch. I'll be back in a few moments. We will see. We'll flip back to that S&P 500 and we'll see what happens. And we do have some more Fed speak set to occur, but so far the market's just floating and grinding. Not too much economic data other than your crude oil inventories. But other than that, we got the 10-year note auction still a little bit later and a couple more Fed speakers. So we'll see what happens. There could be still some tape bombs based off of what they say. And then obviously the FOMC minutes are well into the last final hour of trading. So I'll be right back, guys. It's for the market here. Basically trying to take out a little bit of a previous pivot low. If you do take out that pivot low, we can go pretty deep here to around 671, if not opening range. But give the markets the benefit of the doubt. We're still holding technical structure, but if you lose this pivot on SPY, looking like we can go lower. The Russell 2000 certainly looking a little bit weaker as well, getting rejected off of its little bit of an upper boundary range pattern, but it could be setting up an inverse head and shoulders. You're at the start of a potential right shoulder formation here. It's a little bit premature. It has to maybe go down a little bit more and then start curling up to try to retest a breakout out of this channel. So market's still holding up. You still got quite a bit of strength across the board, semiconductors and all. Still have a lot of stocks squeezing to the upside. ASTS still acting quite well. We're still seeing ASTS falling here. Again, we did take a little bit of profits off that TP1, but looking to press this a little bit lower. It is forming a bit of a bear flag intraday and looks like it wants to go lower. Also potential M formation here that we have triggered intraday. And it's looking somewhat weak. So if we were to see a symmetrical move, 73.50 symmetrical move. Not today, but softening as well. Nvidia still up 1.6. SoundHound has been faded. Snapchat's made a nice move. SoFi's gone negative. Intel's gone negative. Quantum stocks really gave up the goods here, guys. So they were kind of hanging in there, but they've started to really capitulate here into the afternoon session as we head into a bit of that power hour. Look at QBTS starting to roll over pretty heavy here. IONQ rolling over pretty heavy. So we closed out our ENVX call options today. I'm fully out of that position. No longer hold 12s or 14s. Locking in 100% on ENVX calls. We also took a minor trim on our Duolingo position. It just has had a stunning move to the upside. We are still seeing, we are starting to see the market roll over here just a little bit. SPY looking somewhat heavy. Quantum stocks certainly coming in hot and heavy. IONQ falling sharply. It is looking a little bit heavier here. You did get slightly a 10-minute bearish close there on SPY. They can save it still, but they need to do it real quick here. Um, yeah, FactSet, FDS. Let's take a peek. I know I was looking at that a couple days ago. It was getting pretty close. Let's see what it's looking like. So yeah, it has moved up off of the lows a little bit. I mean, it's just been absolutely slaughtered. I mean, it's into a ton of support down here, and really, I don't think you've ever been this oversold on your weekly chart. Let's look at this monthly picture here. You know, if you're going to trade this on the long side, just understand it could take a while to carve out a bottom, but I think it's into a huge value area here. I mean, look at this monthly chart going back to the 90s. Yeah, exactly. That monthly chart is a no-brainer of a buy. Why has it underperformed? So, FactSet Research has stock has recently faced headwinds with insider buying, AI integration valuation metrics drawing their attention. FTS was one of the worst performing S&P 500 stocks in September, reflecting concerns over earnings and guidance. FactSet integrated intelligent crosses jumpstart AI functionality into its portware execution management system. This move aims to improve equity trading liquidity and minimize information leakage for institutional clients. The company also expanded its research offerings with JP Morgan and Barclays. Revenue growth 1.94%, EPS $4, gross margin 51, considered low for the sector, debt to equity 0.71, valuation 18.25, which is definitely lower than its historical average. Let me just pull up its PE to a historical basis. I mean, yeah, look at that. You're trading at 17.95 with a historical median at 29. So, I mean, you're more than oversold here. And typically when you do buy in this lower PE range, it often yields great results. It just might take a while, right? You know, investors, FactSet missed its EPS expectations for Q4 2025, though their revenue beat. Analysts have mixed views on the valuation. Companies investing heavily in AI and data expansion, which may limit short-term profit growth, but could enhance long-term. Okay, so they're also, not only do they miss their EPS, but they have been spending a lot, so high capex spending. That's typically a short-term headwind, which it could almost be done with. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is shit. This is looking like a buy down here, just purely off of a technical cap, but also a longer term. It's not looking bad at all. Yeah, that's not looking bad at all, guys. FDS. I mean, maybe I'll even take some next year call options. Let's take a look at the chain here. It's trying to firm up here. Just want to check something out here. So, I mean, maybe it can get down to 250, maybe. If the market were to sell, this could go lower, but damn, it looks cheap down here. But they say cheap stocks can get cheaper, but wow, if you're wanting to trade on the long side, I have no issues using a tight stop loss. You know, you can do a daily, or if you want to give it a little bit more room, a weekly close below this area. Not a bad area. I mean, there's a ton of support here, and you're friggin' oversold, that's for sure. So we're 280 right now. If you got a monthly chart bounce, even though we're oversold, it just might take a while for this to try to firm up. I'll check something real quick, Peter. Just give me a sec with it. Again, it's not a bad area, that's for sure. Yeah, Peter, I mean, it's not bad down here. If you're wanting to take it on the long side, it's certainly not bad. I'm gonna watch it just to see, but definitely a good risk reward for sure. Um, the only thing I don't like is that the option chain only goes out till March of next year, March 20th, 2026, which for a stock like this, I feel like it should be have a little bit of a farther dated play. So that's the only thing I don't like. I don't know if they're gonna do some shenanigans and just keep it down here for a little bit longer, but I was looking to potentially enter into something for Q3 of next year, but I don't even have that strike available, which is shameful. Bit of insider activity, I mean, on the positive side. You haven't really had much selling since July, so there hasn't been too much selling. Most people proposed a lot of selling around the 400 level, and now we've been pretty much knifed in half. A little bit of buying in September, minuscule amounts though, just tiny amounts. So again, it's not too bad. I'm gonna see if I can get one more sweep of the low. I might miss it, but I think that on the monthly time frame, we could maybe go down to this 251, but not a bad area to try to dip your toe in. And if you do start to get a daily close below this low, then you can just stop out. But I was looking to take some options that were some call options that at least had 12 months on the clock, and they don't even offer that. So that's the only reason I think there might be some shenanigans in that stock. I'm not really liking the chain on it. So big bounce in the equity market there. Still seeing dip buyers remaining in complete control. We're selling in Nvidia from Mr. Jensen. Snapchat up 3%, doing quite well. Duolingo up about 8. Ethereum up over 1%. Bitcoin up 1.5%. Nat gas trying to stabilize around the down 5% level. Crude oil softened up. Nvidia still up 2. RXRX still up 15.8. Archer has had a really sharp bounce. It's only down 2% now. Joby still down 8.7. Insider selling. Let's see. So big bounce in the market. They are squeezing SPY back up to the highs. We are seeing marijuana stocks, guys, continuing to push here. Canopy growth trying to make a little bit of a move. You've had some bullish flow hit the tape on Dollar Tree. DLTR seeing a little bit more flow, positive flow. SE has been very, very strong. Quantum stocks still getting hit really hard. Dixie and crude oil are fading, so they could try to pump this market here. We're still stuck at that prior day high, so we're just chopping in a little bit of a range here, about a 80-cent range, give or take. But I am seeing still quite a bit of strength hitting the tape here. Look at Soundhound topping tail today. That's nasty. So if we get a retrace tomorrow of that topping tail, it sets up a bit of a short opportunity. Joby off of the lows, but still under quite a bit of pressure. Impressive to see Archer. This was a huge trade today. Archer Aviation getting gobbled up like no tomorrow, going back to the positive side briefly, just slightly negative on the session. Very impressive to see. Genome stock still doing well. RX still showing positive trend. Open Door really struggling today with the strength in the market. That's coming in pretty sharply. Intel's been kind of mixed. It's been up, it's been down, it's been chopping sideways. Right now it's still positive. Again, members, ENVX, we're all out of those call options. I'd look for a retest of 12 bucks to potentially buy it long again. But other than that, not doing anything there. QuantumScape. Is there any tickers you guys want me to take a peek at here into the close? Now's the time. I was just doing a an insider buying and selling scan. Not really seeing too much worth mentioning. There was one new position based off of a couple things that I observed. New options trade. Very strong price action in Snowflake today. Snowflake breaking out or trying to break out of this strong pattern. So such strong price action in Dell. I'm hoping for your guys' sake you were able to hold on to your call options that we took yesterday because wow. There has been some insider selling being observed in Dell, some proposed sales as well as some sales that have just gone through. The most recent proposed sale is around a price target of $160 by a director. Just about 6.8 million in proceeds, so that will probably go through. Well, we'll probably hear about it in 3 days' time, 2 or 3 days' time, but it's probably already being processed. But crazy price action in Dell. Let's look at this other marijuana stocks here. So Aurora, still trying to shake off some of the selling. Tilray. Yeah, Tilray's not looking too bad here. MSOS. Ah, good observation, Sarf. Thank you. Tilray earnings tomorrow. Yes, sir, you're right. Look at that. That snuck up on me. Huh. Very cool. Thank you for that. You got VinFast Auto. Not too much today. Tomorrow you got Pepsi, Delta, Applied Digital, Levi's, Tilray. Couple earnings tomorrow. How's APLD doing? Because those earnings are set to take place tomorrow. Yeah, look at that monster. APLD set to report tomorrow. Negative 14 cents EPS, market cap 7.48 billion, 50.97 in millions. Yeah. I mean, look at the move in APLD. If this were to gap up on earnings, guys, in the after hours tomorrow, I would short the heck out of it. You know, one more block move to think that company's still yielding negative EPS there. That's pretty much a cash burner. Yeah, Delta earnings as well. Market cap 37 billion, revenue 15 billion, EPS forecasted $1.53. Let's look at DAL chart. Not a bad area, but again, probably if it were to gap down, I'd consider a buy. Surfers is playing UAL $100 call for Friday. You risky business. Sarf you love playing your earnings. Good luck. Good luck. Not a bad setup. It's certainly showing holding some relative strength. Chart pattern's looking better than delta. Still got weekly chart momentum. Already up 22%. Nice job. Nice. Five contracts will cut 3 and keep 2. Okay, that's good. That's smart. De-risking a little bit, pulling your profits. That's definitely the smart thing to do. Another strong day for Snapchat, just trying to work itself higher here, forming a really big bullish potential pattern. Structure's looking very interesting here. If this can break, I mean, we got a monster pattern building on Snapchat. If it can get through this neckline, 880, I mean, we're looking like we're smooth sailing into 2026. If it can break out here, we could be looking at 10 bucks. It needs to do it though. It needs to work itself higher here. You're flattening out those shorter term daily moving averages. That 20 and 7 are kind of converging. You're flattening out that EMA. That's a really good sign. You're looking to retest that daily 200 from a higher low. Positive signs of a little bit of accumulation trends. You combine that with the volume. Come on. Setting up that weekly 7 and 20 crossover. Probably needs a couple more weeks, or at least an explosion higher, but Snapchat's trying here. Let's look at Meta. Meta trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom. This is a tail candle. If you get a retrace down a Meta, it can be bought sub 700. That's a really good defending bottoming tail there. Pacific STX here. It's also trying to carve out a little bit of a base. Final 12 minutes of trading here, guys. Gotta go do some pull-ups real quick. S&P trying to get a push here, breaking out. Are they going to close the markets at all-time highs? Looking likely. Looking likely. Solid day for Smith & Wesson, guys. SWBI breaking out. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of upside. Chart pattern is looking squeezy. Looking very squeezy. Your next little resistance on SWBI, probably going to easily squeeze to 1068, 1070. But it's looking good. Gun it higher, bang bang. Stellar day for Duolingo. A little bit of resistance off that EMA. Another solid day for PayPal today. PayPal having a stellar performance off of that ad news, UPI with India as well. So a couple different catalysts yesterday, pushing through back to the high side. PayPal has set up one of the largest basing formations. You know, you look at where PayPal was and shouldn't have been up here. No, probably not, but look where the markets are relative to PayPal. It's just been decimated. Acting quite well. AMD new high. Crazy. Dixie still falling. ACN looking solid. Good price action off of the lows so far for ACN. Pretty big position in my portfolio on these call options on ACN. Up about 58% as of today, almost 60%. We got tons of time. Chart pattern still looking very strong. You might get a small pullback back into your 50-day. That would likely get gobbled up. But ACN looking strong. All right, guys, we're ending the market tape here with the S&P closing the daily chart session at the highs, all-time highs. I think this is the highest daily close we've had. Yes, it is. Closing the S&P SPY at the highest daily close we have ever had. Very, very impressive to see. Nice job trading ASTS today. We will see what happens tomorrow. Couple earnings in the marijuana space. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And we'll see you all again tomorrow, guys. Cheers.